on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start. Immigration Law sending out for the front end. Sugartown Sweetie right alongside. Combatant Song wants to get over, but will be spun out very wide around that first turn. As they sort themselves out, Immigration Law has the lead. Queen Sally, Combatant Song want to be up close, but they're stuck out very wide. Sugartown Sweetie in the second spot at this moment. Purpose right outside of her. And Rose Lisa's at the back, but only about 2.5 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, Immigration Law has the lead by 1.5 lengths. Purpose and Combatant Song outside. Sugartown Sweetie is in that middle cluster, poking the head up in the second. Rose Lisa sneaking on through towards the inside into a joint fourth, and Queen Sally trails the field. First quarter 24 and 3, the half and 48 and 3/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Immigration Law leads by a length over Sugartown Sweetie, who comes to attack on the outside. Purpose is 3 deep in third, then 2 lengths back to Rose Lisa coming under a drive. Second last is Queen Sally, many lengths back to Combatant Song, who drops out of it. A quarter of a mile left to travel in the opener, and Sugartown Sweetie makes a bid for the front end and dashes for home. The early pace setter, Immigration Law, back in second. Purpose now one pace at this point in time in third, and then it's Rose Lisa fourth, 1 furlong to go. Sugartown Sweetie opens up by 5 lengths. The battle for second. Purpose attempting to re-rally, does get second. In deep stretch, Sugartown Sweetie drifting out very wide. Here comes the finish line. Sugartown Sweetie in front. Purpose second. Immigration Law third. Exacta $17.38. Try $19.34. Dime Super $14.84. Second race from Finger Lakes. And they're off. Evening Edge and Oh Mrs. Maysell. These two peel out for the front end. Liggins Legacy, forwardly placed, but backs off the pace in third to the outside of Ruby's Mission. And then it's Foxy Cara in second last, and about 4 lengths to Pure Elegance. It didn't like the slop being thrown at her. Angles to the outside at the back of the pack. It's Evening Edge who has the lead over Oh Mrs. Maysell outside second, as it's Ruby's Mission who tracks in third and a length in front of Foxy Cara's towards the inside in fourth. Liggins Legacy deep on the course in fifth, and about 6 lengths to the trailer. That is Pure Elegance. First quarter 24 and a fifth. Up the backstretch, Evening Edge and Oh Mrs. Maysell, no change in the order. They're first and second. Ruby's Mission to the outside of Foxy Cara, they're third and fourth. Then 4 lengths to Liggins Legacy, who's about 6 lengths in front of Pure Elegance. The half and 47 and 4/5 entry into the turn. The battle between Evening Edge and Oh Mrs. Maysell continues with 3 furlongs to go. Ruby's Mission outside in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Foxy Cara has 5 lengths to find and ridden along to keep up. Then about 9 lengths to Liggins Legacy, who's 4 in front of Pure Elegance, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And Evening Edge opens up by 1.5 lengths too, over Oh Mrs. Maysell in second. And then it's Ruby's Mission stay inside. Foxy Cara able to split rivals. 4 across the track, 1 furlong to go, and it's Foxy Cara who gets through in between horses and strikes the front. Oh Mrs. Maysell's in second. Ruby's Mission outside in third. In deep stretch, Foxy Cara has the lead. Foxy Cara with the win. Oh Mrs. Maysell second. Ruby daily double. Pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time race number 3 in 19 minutes at 1:58 p.m. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Step tardy, Tapazar's Temper. Spetro, as expected, going out for the lead. Stop the Spread accompanies that one on the outside in second. Dreams of My Father is towards the inside, and then it's Rockstar Rebel mid-flight in fourth. Tapazar's Temper is to the inside of Fiery Heart at the back of the pack. Those two about 8 lengths off the lead as they circle around the first turn. Spetro's on top, the lead's 3 parts of a length. Stop the Spread, prompting outside second. Dreams of My Father, White Blinkers third, 4 lengths off the lead. A space of 2 lengths to Fiery Heart to the inside of Rockstar Rebel, 4th and 5th. Fiery Heart's on the move, now up into 3rd, 4 off the lead. And Tapazar's Tempers at the tail of the field. Spectral leads by a little over a length. Stop the spread, stalks outside 2nd. Fiery Heart is in 3rd. Then 2 more lengths to Tapazar's Temper, who passes Dreams of My Father, who's getting shuffled towards the rail. And Rockstar Rebels outside of him. The half was in 48 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. And it's Spectro who has the lead by a half length over Stop the Spread, challenging outside 2nd. Fiery Hearts under a drive in 3rd and 3 lengths off the lead. Tapazar's Tempers in 4th. Rockstar Rebels in 5th and about 9 lengths off the lead. And Dreams of My Father trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Spectro's the first to face a Stop the Spread, not going away on the outside. And these two continue to tangle for the top spot with 1 furlong to go. Fiery Heart is in 3rd, 7 off the lead, 16th to go. Spectro is game along the inside. Stop the Spread to the outside 2nd, and it's Spectro. Spectro will not be denied. Stop the Spread 2nd. Fiery Heart 3rd. Dreams of My Father. Changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 5 wagering. Post time race 4 in 19 minutes at 2:27 p.m. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Hey Hey Harry and Gatsby. These two rush out for the lead. Prince of Truth towards the inside 3rd. More Vino stalks in 4th. Timaeus emerges in 5th. Now up into the top 4 in those red blinkers. 3 off the lead. Second last, that is Magni, is to the outside of Intentious, who trails the field. To the half-mile pole, Gatsby has the neck in front of Prince of Truth. Hey Hey Harry rates in 3rd, a length and a half back to Timaeus in the 4th spot. Morvino in 5th to the inside of Magni, and Intentious starts to get going from the back of the pack, is out of last. Now Morvino trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Gatsby leads by a length over Prince of Truth. Here's Hey Hey Harry and Timaeus ranging up to the outside. Magni has 4 lengths to find in 5th, and it's Intentious 6th. As they reach the top of the stretch. It's Gatsby who's homeward bound, has the lead by about a length. Hey Hey Harry comes to engage on the outside. Then it's Prince of Truth, Intentious towards the inside. They run to the 16th pole. It's Hey Hey Harry now 14 to the front. Gatsby tries to re-rally up the inside. It's Hey Hey Harry who defeats Gatsby. Then it's 5th race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 8, Fair Weather Lover. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Lead Pick 4 wager on the gate. And they're off. Not a great start for Tehila, who's last. Lady Banker edges out for the lead. Clarividente races in 2nd. Cinnamon Sugar tracks in 3rd. Sill's Pleasure outside of her in 4th. Observer up the inside in 5th, and a length and a half back to Tahila, who's out of last, passing No Factor. And Maze Loved Laffy's at the tail of the field and about 12 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go, and Clarividente has made the point, has the lead by a length. Lady Banker, Chase Mode 2nd, then 3 lengths back. Cinnamon Sugar 3rd. Observer towards the inside 4th. Tahila, red blinkers in 5th to the inside of Sill's Pleasure, then 5 lengths to Maze Loved Laffy's, a length in front of No Factor, who trails the field. First quarter was in 22 3/5 as they reach the top of the stretch, and Clarividente is the target. Cinnamon Sugar on the grandstand side. Observer takes the shortest way home as it's Tahila's in between runners, but you're still trying to catch up with Clarividente, who has a 7-length lead with 1 furlong to go. Cinnamon Sugar outside 2nd, then it's Tahila and Observer 3rd and 4th. In deep stretch, it's Clarividente who ran this field off their collective feet. Cinnamon Sugar 2nd, Tahila 3rd, Observer 4th. 84 cents, Exacta 42.90. Try $41.34, Super $29.52, Pick 3 $176.70. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Good start. It's Allah bounding out for the lead. Freedsdale right outside of him. Here Seems Like Destiny kicking through towards the inside, and Seems Like Destiny has inside passage and goes out for the lead with Allah. Big Rich saving all the ground. Freedsdale stuck out wide with As You Chase Me. Then it's Interstate in second last, 6 off the lead, and 2 lengths to the trailer, Street Cop Officer. As they transition to the backstretch, Seems Like Destiny is off the inside, has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Alla, who rates outside second. Big Rich towards the inside third. Freedstale's in the clear in fourth. Then a length back to As You Chase Me fifth, who's a length in front of Interstate, who's a length and a half in front of Street Cop Officer, who's at the back. First quarter mile, 24 and 3/5. Seems like Destiny with a half mile to go has the lead by a length and a half. Alla, Big Rich, and As You Chase Me, second, third, and fourth. Freedstale is going to be wide around both turns in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead, but now on the move, passing Alla. Street Cop Officer second last. Interstate trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Seems like Destiny. It's Freedstale on the outside from fifth up into second, challenging for the lead. As You Chase Me has position at the fence. Big Rich drops back. Then it's Alla and Street Cop Officer as they reach the top of the stretch. Seems like Destiny. Freedstale gets every chance on the outside. As You Chase Me plugs away towards the rail. 1 furlong to go, and Freedstale opens up. Freedstale has a lead by 2 over As You Chase Me. It seems like Destiny. They come down to the winning line. It's Freedstale. Freedstale prevails. As You Chase Me second. Seems like Destiny third. Big for 267.60. Seventh race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Queens over threes. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. They're all the gate. And they're off. It's Timely Reward who jets out for the lead. Short Shift, flashing early speed second. Zenlu third. Galilean's Girl on the move from fourth up into third. Idle Gossip towards the inside, fifth, 7 lengths off the lead. It will be fun deep on the course in second last. And 3 lengths to Maryland's New York Pride, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn, top 2 are dueling. Short Shift and Timely Reward, first quarter mile, 22 seconds flat. Galilean's Girl is in third and 5.5 lengths off the lead. It will be fun deep on the course in fourth. Idle Gossip towards the inside, fifth, and 3 lengths back to Maryland's New York Pride, who's deep on the course, but least is out of last. Zenlu trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Timely Reward wins the battle with Short Shift. It's Galilean's Girl comes to engage on the outside, then Idle Gossip, and Maryland's New York Pride is rolling home on the far outside. 16th to go. Timely Reward, Galilean's Girl, Maryland's New York Pride, 3 across the track. Maryland's New York Pride defeats Galilean's Girl. Then it was double, $18.72, exacta $25.04, trifecta $42.74, dime super $30. And they're off. It's Just a Guy who motors out for the front end. Addison's Dream follows that one in second. And then it's American Halleys towards the inside. Rag Mama Rag in amongst horses fourth. About 3 lengths off the lead and 3 more lengths to Maturation, who is in the fifth and trailing position. Just a Guy is on the engine, has a lead by just about a length. Addison's Dream applying token pressure outside second. American Headlight, white blinkers towards the inside third, then a half length back to Rag Mama Rag in the fourth spot, and a margin of 2 to Maturation, who's at the back. First quarter, 25 seconds up the backstretch. Just a Guy doling out the fractions. The lead is a length and a half. Addison's Dream outside second. American Headlight towards the rail in third. A length to Rag Mama Rag in fourth, who's 2 lengths in front of Maturation. The half and 49 and 4/5. They're on the far turn. Addison's Dream is taking it to Just a Guy with 3 furlongs to go. They're clear by 6. Rag Mama Rag and American Headlight are in a joint third and a couple lengths back to Maturation, who is at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Just a Guy's trying to repel Addison's Dream. Rag Mama Rag's on the stand side. American Headlight is towards his inside. Maturation scraping the paint. They got 1 furlong to go. Just a Guy turns away Addison's Dream in mid-stretch, but here's Maturation and American Headlight up the inside. Deep stretch. Just a Guy, but it's Maturation from last to first. American Headlight second. Then it was exacta $27.36. Try 30. ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. 9 races scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is sloppy. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. We've got a few scratches, so let's get right to it. First race. Scratch number 4, Whiskey Friends. Number 4, Whiskey Friends out of the first. Second race. No changes. No changes, race 2. Race number 3. Scratch number 4, Bounty Killer. Number 4, Bounty Killer, a scratch from the third. Race number 4. Scratch number 2, Coin Jar. Number 2, Coin Jar is a scratch from the fourth. Fifth race. Scratch number 7, Clume. Number 7, Clume's a scratch from race number 5. Race 6, scratch the following. The 1, Scotiatore. Number 2, Pompous Prince. Number 5, Classic Cut. Number 7, Can You Hear Me Runnin'? Scotiatore, Pompous Prince, Classic Cut, Can You Hear Me Runnin'? 1, 2, 5, 7, all scratched from race number 6. Race number 7. Scratch number 4, Bayou Melody. And scratch number 7, My Sweet Adeline. Bayou Melody and My Sweet Adeline, both out of that 7th race. I'll confirm I have a other scratch that I have that's not listed there. I'll confirm that before passing that along. Do have a late work for number 6. I know you ain't talking to me. Workout took place at Finger Lakes on July 17th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 50.20, breezing. Also in that 7th race, there is a scratch of the 8 top of the table. I was confirming a couple sources just to make sure. 7th race, scratch the 8 top of the table. Eighth race, I only have a scratch of the 7, Stevie Wonderful. Number 7, Stevie Wonderful, is a scratch from the 8th race. Please, at this point, disregard the scratch of Cast a Coin. 9th and final, scratch number 6, Barracuda Bobby. Barracuda Bobby's a scratch. And the 4, Romantic Charmer, is a gelding. That's a look at scratches and changes. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. 50 minutes to race 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Hey, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice here for another day of racing, another wet day of racing as we are getting rain again. We had a sloppy track throughout the day yesterday. Good chance we're going to get an off track again today. A little cooler, the rain. I guess we've been due, right? Couldn't have had nicer weather over the last week that we're going to get some cooler, rainy weather. It is going to affect the card big time because there's a lot of track condition scratches. So kind of check out on our website. Even you could go to our mutual tellers; they'll have the scratches for you, or look at the crawl. There are plenty of them because of the track condition, and because it is going to affect the racing today. Yesterday it was pretty formful. I think it was Hey Hey Harry. The Murph always seems to find a way to blow things up a little bit, and Hey Hey Harry at a big price was kind of right in the middle of the two pick 5s and also the midday pick 4. So I think he needed that horse to really hit anything if you're playing laterally. If you think about the pick 4, the last pick 4 of the day actually paid good, paid over $100, and it was pretty much all favorites. The late pick 5 paid, what was it, like $1,200 or $1,300? It was definitely over $1,000 for Hey Hey Harry. So that's how one horse. That's why the pick 5 is such a good play. If you catch a price in there, beat a favorite, it's a great play at Finger Lakes. You want to get involved in these pick 5s, and the off track was a factor in some of those races, and also I don't think the inside was playing very good. I say that, and then the horse in the last race came up the rail to win the race. I think that was the only horse I think it was the John Buckley horse that won the race in the last. So, yeah, so much for track bias with the off track. But it was a little slow on the inside. I think that horse just kind of outlasted a slow field in the last race. The Gadre Worry had a good day. They had a couple wins on the card, trying to keep pace with Caber Coe. Had another good day, and Caber had like 3 on Monday. The guy's on fire. But we are going to have a sloppy racetrack, so you want to keep that in mind. Handicapping today's card because some of these horses may not take to it. We scratched the 4 Whiskey Franz, probably helping out his stablemate. It is a starter optional claimer. 17.5 is the tag. I think we ran this the other day. Same thing. Nobody is in for that optional tag. They're all in for the higher starter condition, which is we generally do the 5,000. This one is 12.5. So you're going to get some real good horses in here. See, we have 2 of the Kanemachi, both good trainers. Got very similar horses in this race. Both claimed for 10. Both ran against each other for 20. Got to use them both. I thought Sagamore Mischief, though, is the horse with the back class and the horse that's just been better than these in the past. It's hard to say where he is now. Like I say, he's got very similar form as Expensive Cat, who's the one horse that obviously they're both claimed for 10. And they both come out of the same race. Sagamore Mischief finishing ahead of Expensive Cat in that race. Now, he's got tactical speed. He's off a second place finish going the flat mile. He's got to go further today. See if that's going to be an issue with the mile and the 16th. He has gone this long before and hit the board. And he's been a pretty good check getter. I know he's got a little more seconds and thirds than victories, but the horse has made some money that this could be considered an easier spot for Sagamore Mischief. Going to use him on top. So, of course, I'm a little biased. I always like Into Mischief horses, even on the dam side, second generation. I also like too. But whenever I see Into Mischief, I just like those horses. And they're not bad on the off track usually. The only thing I can say about this one, the last 2 times this horse ran on an off track, he didn't perform too well. So maybe that's the concern, how this horse does handle the off track today. Olathable, I would say, is overmatched because he was in those 5,000 starters, but I'm not going to because he ran absolutely huge in a similar condition last time. They went after him. So you're not getting away from us. But he probably ran the best race of his career, at least his Finger Lakes career, last time. I was very impressed by how Olathable ran. I mean, we've been the expectations that he's better than the 5,000 starters. And that's true. He's been dominating that condition. So he stepped up last time and just got beat at the wire after just setting an impossible pace in 46 and 111 on that racetrack. I mean, that was one of the fastest paces of the year for a mile 70 for the day. I mean, as far as pace figures are concerned, that's one of the fastest. And for the horse to last as long as he did, yeah, he's going to be tough in here and deserving favorite. I mean, they haven't got to him yet, but off the last race, you got to use him. And I don't think he'll mind an off track either. Expensive Cut is the other one that was claimed for 10 for the other Kanemachi. Ran a good third last time behind his I don't want to say, but behind Sagamore Mischief, who looks like they're following each other around by being entered in this race. And there is some off-track breeding in this horse. There's some things to like about him. It's a question of tactics. He's got the rail. Remember, the rail was not great yesterday, although they did win in the last race on the rail, so maybe I'll have to second-guess that opinion. But Expensive Cat, if you like Sagamore Mischief, you can make a case for this horse as well. So I'm going to go with the 5, 6, and 1 in a pretty good first race. Where we started off. We go to the second race. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer. Really thought you could narrow this down big time. I mean, it's tough to go against Hamilton's Reason. I guess you got to question, why is this horse dropping to 5,000 off of some decent efforts? Now, the horse did change hands as far as, the same owner, but the different trainer. I can't find anything to not like about Hamilton's Reason except questioning the drop in class to 5. I mean, there's so much of a difference in purses to give up on this horse like they're giving up on this horse today.
Quick update, the 1 is not scratched in the 8th. My fault, that was my fault. So
Okay. We do.
Back to regular picks. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Okay, no problem.
You got to know the right one.
Okay, we do have some information actually. The 8th race, the one is not scratched in that race. I don't know if it was put out there that the one was scratched, but it was not scratched in the 8th race, so omit that. Anyway, back to the second. We'll get there. We will get there. Hamilton's reason, tough to go against this horse. Unless he doesn't take to the track, or if there's another reason he's dropping a 5,000. The main threat does look to be the one, I'm Gonna, who's cutting back in distance. And gets the services of Ray Lou Gutierrez today. Yeah, I mean, you look at these sprint races for 5,000, they're good. I mean, Winston D was loose on the lead, turned out to be the only speed in that race, and I'm Gonna actually ran a good race behind the lone speed winner. Same thing with Cruising Cat. Kind of got away from the field on the front. So, yeah, if Hamilton's reason wasn't in this race, I would say I'm Gonna is a complete standout off of his recent sprint form. As long as you could draw a line through the route race, which I'm going to, because I'm going to use him second. He looks to be the main threat, and might be a short exacta. Runaway Roscoe's really the only other one you could make a case for, but he might be running for underneath. One of the things that I noticed about Runaway Roscoe, if you look at his form, he's clearly better at 5.5 furlongs at shorter distances than he is at 6 furlongs, at least in the past. You look at his last few starts, his only 2 good races were at 5.5. His 3/4 races aren't as good. So he's going 6 furlongs today, so that would be the one negative for Runaway Roscoe if you maybe want to try to beat him for third. Maybe with Chicago Charlie would be the only other one I could see kind of splitting these horses up. Third race, scratch the 4, Bounty Killa. Now, I had a tough time in this race because there are some question marks, and my top choice is a big question mark. Did she need that last race, or did this horse just run horribly? And I mean, that's what you always see when horses come off the layoff and they run poorly. You always expect the horses to have been running, especially the beginning of the year when we run 4.5 furlongs, because they are still rounding into shape, that the horses that have races have that big advantage. That's not always the case as you get into the year because they've had plenty of time to get workouts into them and get them fit. So you'll see fresh horses do pretty well. But Lollipops didn't. She was off a long layoff. She was off since August, so that's about an 11-month layoff. So she understandably may not have been fit enough, possibly. But if you do make that case that she needed the race, didn't fire at all, drops in class to 5,000, second start off the layoff, if she just runs close to what she's run before at Saratoga, New York, she easily beats these. But that's the big ifs here and the big question marks with Lollipop. She's the obvious horse to beat. If you forgive the last race saying that she needed the race off the long layoff, she may need another one. But just looking at her past form, I like her on top. Ring of the Rise gets some class relief, drop him to 5,000. She broke her maiden for 11 on a good racetrack, so she shouldn't mind the off going. And she was compromised more by the post than anything last time. From a 10 post, you don't have to worry about that with only 5 horses today, but she's got the rail outside, big time outside to inside angle for Ring of the Rise. Plus that win on the good racetrack maybe bodes well for her corner. Jessica's right. You talk about a horse that's lightly raced. What do you do with Jessica? And still runs well. This horse can come off a 5-year layoff and run well. I don't know, but she was off over 2 years and still ran pretty decently to be 4th and followed it up with a victory. That's last fall. Now comes off a layoff after only running twice after a 2-year layoff, and I thought ran very, very well considering that. I mean, this horse hasn't raced. Celtic Ledger, like I say, looked like an absolute lock in that race. I mean, it was the main speed, was facing tougher, but Jessica's Ride actually gave that horse a little bit of competition. She made a middle move to go after because nobody else was there, so it had to chase the whole way because there was no other speed. And they went 23 and 47. And it's not like he was just following the leader. He actually did try to challenge the horse after those slow fractions. So that bodes well for her corner that she could actually improve off of that race. But again, very, very lightly raced is Jessica's ride. So you got to give John Buckley a lot of credit for this horse. The fact that she won and hit the board her last two starts, despite all these long layoffs, is a good training job. And if she's at her sharpest, she'll beat these. Very tricky read on all three of those top three picks for race number 3. A lot of question marks. But I think you use all three of them. If you're playing picks, I think you use those three, and I think you're going to be okay. Okay, a big scratch in race number 4. Of course, I didn't know what they were going to do with the two horses anyway, because they were both from trainer Dana Saul's barn. Talk about Coin Jar and Sutton Breeze. Coin Jar is more of the horse that needs a lead. So maybe they were going to try to rate Sutton Breeze. I think with a scratch of Coin Jar now, Sutton Breeze should be on the front end. And I think as long as inside speed's good, they might have a tough time beating this horse. I mean, I think front speed was good the last 2 days off of the rail. It just seems like the horses that had the inside running the last 2 days didn't do so well, especially with the off track yesterday. But if you were close on the outside speed more than or outside stalker, you did well with those kind of trips. But again, scratching the stablemate makes him the true speed. I know Emerald Forest shows a little speed. Fighter Kite's going to be sharper with the off track, chasing after Blamiker. He does have enough speed to be close. But I think that tactical edge is what's going to give Sutton Breeze the best shot. The other two horses that are the main threats, I mean, Nutsy loves an off track, but I think his running style is going to hurt him here because there's no speed in the race. Fighter Kite can be close, and if there's a horse in here that steps up the most on an off track, it's Fighter Kite, not Nutsy. Nutsy likes it too, but the horse that really is day and night, at least in the past, was Fighter Kite. When Fighter Kite had poor form, when he's finishing double-digit losses every race because they were running against allowance horses, when it was an off track, it was almost like 5 or 6 lengths. It helped Fighter Kite even won a race, 2 races on the off track. So this horse loves the off, and the race he comes out of, Blamiker is one of the quickest sprinters on the grounds, no question. Had the fastest time of the year last year. So I could forgive the last effort, but with the off track and the slight drop in class, actually it's a big drop when you're considering you ran against Blamiker, I got to use Fighter Kite just because of the wet. Emerald Forest exits arguably a tougher race. You look at the horses that were in that race that he beat. So he's a logical horse to come right back. And he doesn't mind an off track. I just think the pace scenario is going to be a little bit different for a couple of these horses, and he might be the one compromised. He could stay close with Sutton Breeze, but I think that Sutton Breeze is the true natural speed and maybe the main speed of race number 4. Okay, 5th race is a maiden race. We scratched the 7, Clume. I'll give a little more breeding information later. I'm doing the paddock voiceover show, but I thought Tremendous B looked awfully tough in this spot. I know he was a beaten favorite last time, and when that happens, you don't want to come right back with the horse, but Banking Silver ran a good race. It ran in 112. It was in the slop. The horse that was third turned out to be pretty decent. That one came back to win out of that race. And her only start was restricted 3-year-olds in New York, and still, those are not restricted for New York breds. This was a Kentucky bred. So this should be a lot easier for Tremendous B. And it's going to get the same kind of track as last time with no Banking Silvers in here. I think she can improve off the race anyway. It's her 3rd career start. She's the horse to beat. I'm not going out on a limb. Use her on top. The interesting one is the 6. Thank you, Rose, or do we call it Ty Rose? I don't know, however you want to say it. So used to like online or text it TY is thank you, but it could be Ty. Started off her career on the turf. There's some turf breeding, so it makes sense. She's only had 3 starts since and hasn't raced this year. Hasn't raced since September, so it's been a long time away from the races for Ty Rose. Thank you, Rose. But one of the things I like from and Michael S. Ferraro, probably one of the best trainers all time, not just at Finger Lakes but anywhere. He's one of the few trainers to really get a horse in shape by putting a 6 furlong work in him and then running her for 5.5 furlongs. I just like that move. It's like when you're training for boxing. If you're training for a 5-round fight, you spar for about 10 rounds. And I see that. Of course, Michael S. Ferraro is a former fitness guy. He's a former champion bodybuilder, so he understands the science of training and the fitness. And I think that's why he was so good, and he's always so good as the best trainer here. And I like that 6 furlong work when I say that. And I tell you what, for a workout, 115 is not that bad. So I give this horse a big chance, and I don't really worry about fitness. Another new face is the 10 Looky Here for Bruce Levine. Started off on the turf. I mean, this is a smoke lacking on the dam side. So, you know, there's some off-track breeding in there. But she is a step below on the numbers than Tremendous B. But she has speed from the outside, and that was a good place to be yesterday, and obviously very well bred. The 3 is the other Ferraro trainee, has shown absolutely nothing, but is making her first start off of a long layoff. She's got some decent works for a return, but the thing I like about her more than anything is the off-track breeding. If she is better than what she's shown her first 2 starts, she attracts Cabercoa, who's been absolutely on fire, but the off-track should really move this horse up. We'll see. Obviously, she hasn't shown much in her first 2 career starts. I'm going to go with the 5, 6, 10, 3. Pretty good maiden race, but I like the Miguel Clement horse. Okay. 6th race, we scratched the 1, Scacciatore. Scratch the 2, Pompous Prince. The 5, Classic Cut. And the 7, Can You Hear Me Running? I am not going against East Coast Girl today after that last performance. That performance was the best of the year of any horse. He went 103 and change for 5.5 furlongs, just blister. I know the track was a little quick, but it didn't matter what racetrack this horse ran on that day. He put it together. Caitlin Gutterson did a great job with this horse. When he gets the lead and he's on his game, you don't catch him. He's like another Blamaker. I mean, that's who I kind of compare this horse to, because when he wins, he does it in a fast time. Now, he's going to have to deal with Squire Creek, but keep in mind, Squire Creek was in that race last time, and I don't know if they were even trying to go with the horse. Maybe can't do the 21 and 44 that East Coast Girl did at 5.5. The only, and I always say this, the only thing that I could say which would be the only vulnerability is the distance if he gets pressed. Now, I don't think 6 furlongs is a problem if he doesn't get pressed and gets a 46. Good night. It doesn't matter. He's going to carry that speed. And really, it all depends on Squire Creek if they decide to be more aggressive today or try to be more aggressive to keep him honest. But East Coast Girl, I mean, you weren't going to get 7-2 anyway when it was the original, but he's going to be a heavy favorite in here. You have to accept the short price, but I'm not going against him. And breeding-wise, he shouldn't mind the off-going either. The last one, he has one of his last times on this off-track was in the slop, and he won that day anyway. Again, the only vulnerability would be at 6 furlongs if front speed's not that good or if the rail's not that good again. I don't know. Other than that, I'm just not going against him today, just whether it's 6 furlongs or not. I know I took Puckish against him last year. I got reminded of that, but by the owner. and Mr. Glendon Hemmings, who's one of the best horsemen on the racetrack. But Puckish, I mean, either way, this should not be a big price. But if somebody's going to beat him, East Coast Girl, I thought it might be Puckish. But he's going to need help. I mean, I'm talking about last year going 6 furlongs. East Coast Girl did get pressure, and Puckish did range up, and it was close at the end, but East Coast Girl still held him off. Now, if you don't get pressure for East Coast Girl, Puckish can't beat him. And he didn't beat him last time. But I think if somebody is going to beat him in this field, it does look like it could be Puckish, who doesn't mind an off track, and maybe that could be an equalizer for him if he could run him down. Either way, I got him second. Squire Creek, whether he tries following the leader, chasing that pace, or even trying to press, he's in a bad spot. I mean, East Coast Girl is faster and maybe better. Beat him last time. I like the fact that Squire Creek hung around for second. Yeah, speed was good, but even on a track that's favoring as a speed variant like that, he still ran second. And a lot of times when you're chasing a horse, whether it's speed or not, at 21 and 44, you're going to fade. And he didn't. I thought he ran well. I did throw in a big long shot for fourth because of the off track. Tacony Road, who's out of Finger Painter. You know, I've been here too long or getting older when I remember the dams of these horses. And Finger Painter was a real good one. And the other thing about Finger Painter, she liked the off track. And both of Tim Murphy's good dams like the off track. There was a Ruby's Rocket was the other one that Tim Murphy had that liked the off track, but Finger Painter was one of them. So Tacony Road has run some good races. Little inconsistent on the form, but when she does run her race, she's pretty good and can run against anybody here. And I think the off track moves this horse up. I'll go 6, 3, 8, 10 in the 6. Seventh race, scratch the 7, My Sweet Adeline. Scratch the 8, top of the table. Scratch the 4, Bayou Melody. Still doesn't make the race any easier. I thought it was one of the most wide open races of the day. Of course, it made it a little easier because now you've got 5 horses instead of 8. Of course, any of the 5 could win it. I thought any of the 8 could win it when I looked at this is your spread race of your pick, but I know you ain't talking to me. I don't know if she's been quite as good this year as she has been in the past. So even if she gets out there, I don't know if tail to tail will keep her honest and follow your arrow. There is some speed in here. I actually thought that the horse that would get the trip, and that's what I'm looking at because I think they're evenly matched in this race. I thought the horse that would get the trip, despite stepping up in class, is the one, Princess Cairo. Now, she was in for 11, and she was in for the waiver as well, I believe. And then they dropped her to 5 anyway. Well, she won, and she was much the best. She had a slow start and still won. So can she step up and beat these horses? They're all basically 5,000 claimers except for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. So I don't think it's a step up at all in that sense. It is all about the competition, not just because that price is 11 doesn't mean it's tougher than the 5. Because it really isn't. I mean, Beauty's Bangle, she's just ran for 5. Tail to Tail ran for 11, but she had everything her own way. Follow Your Arrow ran for 5 last time. So they're basically 5,000 claimers in this race with the exception of I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. And that's going to be my second choice because she's really the true drop down of the horses remaining. It's almost like it's a slight drop to 11 and 9, but it's a bigger drop than that, considering a few of these horses ran for 5 in their last start. Three of the 4 remaining horses of the other 4 ran for 5,000 in their last start. So that bodes well for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. That makes it a bigger drop than originally to the 11 and 9, where she was running for 11 and 9 at the beginning of the year. She plays it. She'll probably be the favorite in here just based on the drop. But I don't think she has to win. And I think Princess Cairo could get the trip because of the other pace in here. Another one that's interesting because of the off track is the 2 Beauty's Bangle. At least the 2 starts that she's had on an off track were really good, successful. She's a perfect 2 for 2 when there's moisture in the racetrack. And she's coming off a pretty good performance considering it was her first start off the layoff to be second. And she does have some off-track breeding, which is good. I mean, that's got to help. And numbers-wise, she's not far behind a couple of these. And she was running against allowance horses. So I give her a big chance in here. I say, you look at these horses, they're coming up for 5. But as it turns out, it's a glorified 5,000 claimer. So I'm going to go with the 1, 6, and 2 in race number 7. We still got 2 more left because we got a 9 race card, not an 8. Remember, the pick 5 normally starts in the 4th with an 8 race card. Is going to start in the 5th, the late one. 8th race, as mentioned, those numbers are incorrect. They did not change them. The one horse I am going to have for second. I got 4, 1, 2, 5. Okay, Cast a Coin was my long shot for second. I don't believe he's actually scratched. I don't know if that was a misinformation, but I like his chances in here, so I'll have to double check on that one. If we had an error, okay, there we go. Okay, so it is correct. Asleep at 8, though, I'm still going to use on top. Asleep at 8 has been running in New York and running very well against $50,000 claimers in New York. This is a Kentucky bred running against mostly New York breds. Been running competitively against the 50s. Ran here before in the lifetime conditions. Same conditions as here. The last time he ran in a 3 lifetime, they bet the horse down to be the favorite, but the pace beat him more than anything. When 2:30 a.m., who also loves an off track, won the race. But Asleep at 8 doesn't mind an off track, and he's always right there against a little bit tougher. And ran here before in these conditions, so it's just a matter of getting the trip. Gonna lean towards him on top. Price is Truth comes off a second place finish, and that was a tightener coming off the layoff. So any move forward could win with this horse, but he did get a trip. I mean, after the break-in slowly, he overcame that break, but the pace was kind of coming back, so that was good news, bad news. But anytime you break badly, it should be noted that he could improve off of that race with a better break, and I think so. So I'm going to use him third. Cast a Coin was my little bit of an upset horse here that I used for second. Again, there's into mischief on the dam side, so, but the off-track breeding overall is there with Central Banker, who's not bad, and the problem with Cast a Coin is he's just not getting the right kind of pace setups. First of all, he was running 5.5, which was too short a couple races in a row. Last time he finally gets 6 furlongs, and they didn't really back up enough to him. And he had some issues too with the start. So with the problem at the start, it really compromised his chances. When he breaks slow like that, I know he's a closer, but he couldn't overcome all of that. I thought he still ran pretty well. Not for Hire, a logical horse who's cutting back in distance, but was sprinting before in the 2 lifetime condition and running pretty well after running primarily on the turf, obviously bred for turf and for distance. But a couple of his sprint races earlier in the year are just as good as his routes, numbers-wise, so I don't mind the cutback for Not for Hire. I think you got to use the horse. I'll go 4, 2, 5, 6. All right, last race, a maiden race going 5.5 furlongs. Got a couple new faces in here who look like they lay over the field. Although, I mean, there are some question marks to him. I think the one horse that's not a question mark is the 8 Bargain Purchase. I don't know if it was a bargain purchase that they bought the horse for 160. Well, he originally sold for 90,000 as a yearling, then resold the same year for 160,000. So obviously they thought a lot of this horse. It was a practical joke. Very, very good breeding for a New York bred. Didn't fire in his debut. Stretched out and added blinkers, and that worked out because they ran a lot better, finishing 4th. Was claimed out of that race from Chad Brown. I think everybody's familiar with him in the racing industry. This is a much easier spot than those 25,000 maidens that are not restricted for New York breds. But he is cutting back in distance. I like his chances. It's a weak field other than what to do with La Midi's Treasure for Safi Joseph. I think this one was entered as a stake, or at least on the stakes race day. Did show some signs of life on the synthetic surface in his debut. Obvious horse, one of the top trainers in the country. Safi Joseph, who literally came out of nowhere over the last few years, guy's just been really good. I'm going to use the horse for second. I know my friend Mailman likes him a lot because he's from the same area and down in Barbados. But really good trainer, really good. I'll use the 3 Concrete Kid for third. He seems to be more of an underneath horse. Maybe that's your key for your try and super. And then I threw in the 5 Wingo Star. Is that one of the Beatles? Oh, maybe. Ran third last time for 5 Steps Up, off of the claim as Bartlett, who's very familiar with this horse because he trained him for Joe Bucci, claimed him to get the horse back and run against special weights. And I think this horse may have needed that 5,000 maiden race coming off a layoff for 2 years. I've been off since 24. So I would expect a lot better effort from Wingo Star, who ran okay for 5,000, but it's going to have to run better against maiden special weights. Very possible in that last race. 9 of them today. A lot of fun, a lot of excitement, and good racing for this 9-race car. But keep an eye on track condition and how this track plays, because we still have an off track, still labeled sloppy. We are dark the rest of the week. No live racing left this week in the month of July. We are going to come back on Monday for some live action with a 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Coming on the track, first race here at Finger Lakes, scratch number 4. Number 1 is Expensive Cut and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2, Rhymes Like Dimes, Michael Davila Jr. Number 3, Passioned, Cabercoa. Number 5, Sagamore Mischief, Hemant Harkey. And number 6, Ola Sabo. And Jeremiah's Flores up. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. First of 9 races on a Wednesday. Track is sloppy. Certainly got plenty of rain, just not as much rain as they got at Saratoga. I think the potential's there for some more rain in the afternoon, but for now, the rain has stopped. Got a field of 5 to go a mile and a 16th. 6 to 5 Passion, number 3. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Ola Sabo who sprints out for the early lead. Expensive Cut and Sagamore Mischief are chasing second and third. Passion behind those two in fourth, and 3 lengths to the stretch running Rhymes Like Dimes, who's at the tail of the field as they lean into that first turn. It's Ola Sabo leaves the rail open for Expensive Cut, who fires right on through, and they're together as one with about 6 furlongs to go in this race. Sagamore Mischief is in third, 4 lengths off the lead. A length to Passion, who's outside of Sagamore Mischief, and then about 5 lengths to the trailer, and that is Rhymes Like Dimes. First quarter, 24 2/5 up the backstretch. Ola Sabo with a slender lead over Expensive Cut. And then about 3 lengths back to Passion, who's to the outside of Sagamore Mischief. Then about 6 lengths to the trailer, Rhymes Like Dimes. The half in 47 4/5 entry into the far turn. Still a battle between Ola Sabo and Expensive Cut. It's Passion who emerges on the outside in third, a length and a half off the lead. Sagamore Mischief under a ride, and Rhymes Like Dimes draws closer. About 6.5 lengths off the lead is Rhymes Like Dimes, who's out of last but deep on the course as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Ola Sabo and Passion are first and second. Expensive Cut plugs away towards the rail. Rhymes Like Dimes on the grandstand side, now up into third and 4 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Passion has gotten the better of Ola Sabo. Rhymes Like Dimes with a belated rally. 16th to go. It's Passion. Passion's going to win the opener here at Finger Lakes by about 2.5. Ola Sabo holds second over Rhymes Like Dimes. Sagamore Mischief fourth. Three 625, number 3 Passion to first. Mile 16th, 146.29. Back to the winner's circle, number 3 Passion. 8th career win. Ontario bred, 5-year-old Bay Gelding by Patener out of Certainly Special. M. Anthony Ferrero. Owner Trader, Cabercoa, the winning jockey, Jason Horner, bred Passioned. $5.64, the winning mutual. Exactus $17.08. Try $11.77. Dime Super $7.61. Second race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in about 23 minutes at 1:27 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, that off-track record got Passion some play, and Passion really showed his class and the love for the off-track today as he turned the tables on Olazabal, who defeated him last time, and maybe it was because of the off-track. So Cabercoa, who's been on fire, he gets another win for M. Anthony Ferraro. All right, second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. I think it really narrow this one down. Hamilton's Reason on paper looks like the horse to beat. I mean, the horse is dropping sharply from the special weights all the way down to 5,000. And I guess it's a scary drop in a sense because you kind of question it because the horse is running pretty good before changing hands. And, well, at 5,000, it's going to be awfully tough to beat. These connections did have a win yesterday with a horse that won on the off track. So I guess that would be the only thing is how he handles the track today. But his only start in the slop as a 2-year-old, he actually ran pretty good. His number was probably better than a couple of his other starts. So he's the horse to beat in here as long as he takes to the track and everything. But the main threat is probably the one. I'm gonna switches to Raylu here and cuts back in distance after a failed run going long. But the sprint races aren't bad at the 5,000 level for Gonna. It's chasing after some lone speed winners in Winston D and Cruising Cat. So, and he actually ran okay on an off track. So if Hamilton Reason doesn't have it, for whatever reason, I think Gonna would be the most likely one to pull off the minor upset. But really tough to go against Hamilton's Reason. Then he needs somebody for third. Runaway Roscoe, as I mentioned earlier, is better at 5.5 than he is at 6 furlongs. But he does get in against a pretty weak group, so it may not matter. But you look at his races at 5.5 versus 3/4, they're a lot better. So it's between him and Chicago Charlie for the other position. Chicago Charlie you can make a case for, a 5-year-old maiden, but not that badly beaten in a couple of his last races, but still not good enough numbers-wise to challenge Hamilton's Reason. That one's going to have to regress and just not have it on the drop in class. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 8 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes, number 1, I'm Gonna, and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2, Runaway Roscoe. We'll go with the 3, Hamilton's Reason, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Chicago Charlie, and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Solo Flight, Jose Ventura. Number 6 is Last Vintage, Laird Bailey. And number 2, Runaway Roscoe and Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 6 furlongs, maiden claimers. 3 to 5 on number 3, Hamilton's Reason. Makes a big drop down from maiden special weight to maiden claiming for 5. Second choice, 9 to 5, number 1, I'm Gonna. Two out. Solo Flight and Last Vintage. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Solo Flight barrels out for the front end. Hamilton's Reason forwardly placed. Last Vintage on the outside. Hamilton's Reason with the lead over Last Vintage. Here's Chicago Charlie from mid-pack up into second. I'm Gonna now takes third. Last Vintage shuffled fourth, then 5 lengths back to Runaway Roscoe, who's 2.5 in front of Solo Flight, who's now at the back of the pack. Hamilton's Reason leads this group into the turn, has the lead by a half length over Chicago Charlie, harassing outside in second. I'm Gunna's the gray in third, 4 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Last Vintage in fourth, and about 6 lengths to Runaway Roscoe's to the inside, a Solo Flight at the back. First quarter was in 23 seconds, a quarter of a mile left to travel. Chicago Charlie and Hamilton's Reason. These two are side by side as they turn into the stretch. I'm Gunna's on the outside in third, but still about 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's Runaway Roscoe a distant fourth. They've got 1 furlong to go. Hamilton's Reason opens up by 2 over Chicago Charlie in second. I'm Gunna towards the inside in third. In deep stretch, it's Hamilton's Reason. The huge favorite wins by 3. I'm Gonna get second over Chicago Charlie. Runaway Roscoe was fourth. 3142. Number 3, Hamilton's Reason first. 6 furlongs, 113.48. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Hamilton's Reason. New York bred, 3-year-old Doc Brown colt by Sharp Azteca out of Super Savvy. Joseph Bucci, the owner. Richard Schaefer, the trainer. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. $2.38, the winning mutual. Double $9.26. Exacta $4.94. Trifecta $4.32. Dime Super $1.33. Third race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Bounty Killa. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race 3, 22 minutes. To race number 3, 1:59, scheduled post time. had a claim in race number 2, number 3, Hamilton's Reason. Melissa Porter and Kevin Ortiz, new owners. Deborah Breed, new trainer. Hamilton's Reason claimed out of race 2.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3. Yeah, no doubt about that winner. The horse won probably when they made the entry. But Oscar Gomez for Schaefer. He's won a couple of days in a row. Richard Schaefer, we hadn't seen much of over the last year or so, is now had a couple victories last season ever since getting the Joe Bucci horses, which are, and that one drops sharply all the way to the bottom. We scratched the 4, Bounty Killa out of race number 3. Another one, well, you got 5 betting interests. Probably narrow it down even more than that. The big question mark is going to be with the 2 Lollipops. The obvious horse on paper, going back to his last year's form, horse was running at Saratoga, was claimed for 12.5. Only had 1 start off of the layoff, and it was a long layoff, and just didn't fire at all. So the assumption is that she needed the race, and she'll run better today. Well, there's no guarantee of that. But, yeah, she stopped badly and was out of the race. Very well bred by Honest Mischief. And if she does bounce back and run back anything close to her prior form at Saratoga, they're not going to beat her. But that's a big if. Ring of the Rise is the 1 horse. She gets some class relief, dropping to the bottom. She broke her maiden for 11 over a good racetrack last September. She only had 1 start before the end of the year. Hasn't really fired yet this year against a little bit tougher at the 11-9. So dropping to 5. And she shouldn't mind the off track. Her other start on the off track wasn't good, but that was right before she added blinkers. I could see her really responded to this drop, going outside to inside from a 10 post to the inside. Jessica's Ride, what can you say about her? You talk about a horse that's lightly raced. She didn't have a race for over 2 years. She came back in a maiden race and in October off over a 2-year layoff, almost 2.5 years, and still ran a pretty decent 4th and followed it up with a victory when dropping to 5. Well, she came off the layoff in the waiver claim and didn't run bad at all. Celtic Ledger was the main speed and a heavy favorite, and she actually challenged her a little bit before fading. I mean, they didn't go that fast. They went 47, but she did make a middle move after her before fading to 3rd, and that's actually a very good effort, considering it was her first start of the year and only her 3rd start since 2023. She runs good. She goes good off the layoff, so what can you say? It doesn't matter, as she won a maiden race, 2nd start off of a 2-year layoff. So she would be no surprise in here putting 2 races together and shouldn't mind an off track as well. So I'm going to go the 2-1-6, not really going out on a limb in this race. Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double, and the midday pick 4 starts here. Again, we scratched the 4, Bounding Killa.
Horses on the track, race 3 from Finger Lakes. Post time in just a few minutes. No formal post parade. Fillies and Mares at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Ring of the Rise, the first of the 5 to come forward. Lollipops, Jay's Love, Pensima, and Jessica's Ride. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Pensima wins the break, but it's Lollipops and Ring of the Rise towards the inside who get that early lead. Pensima 3 wide in third. Then a gap of 4 lengths to Jay's Love, who runs to the inside of Jessica's Ride, who's at the back of the pack. 2 distinct flights as they pass the half-mile pole. And it's Pensima 3 wide, Ring of the Rise at the fence, Lollipop sandwiched in between horses. Then about 5 lengths back to the trailers, Jay's Love and Jessica's Ride. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. They're on the turn. It's Pensima 3 wide with the lead over Ring of the Rise. Lollipops tries to keep position in between horses. Then 4 lengths back to Jessica's Ride, who is about a length and a half in front of Jay's Love at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the home stretch. Ring of the Rise comes back for more. Pensima's under a drive. It's Jessica's Ride who's on the grandstand side, closing in with each and every stride. 1 furlong to go. Ring of the Rise on top by a length and a half. Jessica's Ride gets every chance outside second. Jessica's Ride wearing down Ring of the Rise. Jessica's Ride defeats Ring of the Rise for the win. Close for third, Pensima to the outside of Jay's Love. 6153. Jessica's Ride. Official winner, $6.54. The winning mutual. New York bred, 6-year-old bay mare by Always Dreaming out of Flatter Will Get Ya. Samatoka Stables owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Everything's Cricket Racing bred. Jessica's Ride. Double, $7.92. Exacta, $20.64. Trifecta, $12.48. Dime Super, $3.49. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 2, Coin Jar. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering. Post time in 18 minutes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 4. I think it's raining harder now, and it continues to rain, playing a factor there of what horses can take to this weather and track, and some don't. But Jessica's Ride was able to. A good job by Kevin Navarro, be very patient, sitting back. Couldn't have got a better setup. 3 horses dueling on the front end in a 5-horse field. Certainly worked out pretty well. But John Buckley did a great training job with Jessica's Ride, with all the layoff lines that this horse has had to win 2 of her last 3 races. That's just a really good training job. He gets the victory. That was Kevin Navarro aboard for the win. 4th race, you do have a scratch of the 2 coin jar. I figured one of these 2 would scratch from the same owner trainer, Dana Saul, and both of them had speed. So if coin jar scratches, that makes Sutton Breeze the speed. If Sutton Breeze would have scratched, it would have made coin jar the speed. But as you look at it, Sutton Breeze should be on the lead as far as he goes. Now, his last race wasn't as good. It was kind of a tough spot in that starter, but there was also a lot of pace in there. He tried to chase a little bit and just had no impact. The race before got caught up in a speed duel and just ran 4th, but that was a tough group. That was a very good 30,000 optional claiming allowance race against Pompous Prince, and you know, no such rivals in this race at the 11-9 level. Since winning for 5,000, this horse has been against some tough groups. This might be one of the easier spots for Sutton Breeze, especially from a pace standpoint. Might have a tactical edge on this group. The horse that really steps up on the off track, I know Nutsy does as well, but a horse that's going to be overlooked is the 5 Fighter Kite. It's day and night, if I remember this horse's past, how much he used to like an off track. Now, he's only run on it once over the last couple seasons, and that was at Parks against too tough a group, so you can't gauge anything from that. But if I remember when this horse's form was bad, he still ran well. When there was moisture in the track, he would hit the board, even when he wasn't hitting the board on a fast track. And he might not be that far behind Sutton Breeze early. Comes out of a race won by Blamaker. It's one of the quickest horses on the grounds. And he had a victory at the 11-9 level earlier in the year at a shorter 4.5 furlongs, which I thought was going to be too short for him. But he looked good in victory that day. With the wet going, I think you got to use him in the top 3. It's actually one of the longest shots on the board right now, overlooked, even though this horse absolutely loves an off track, more so than Nutsy does. The 4-horse Emerald Forest, logical horse. It's had a couple starts here at Finger Lakes since arriving, comes out of a tough race. Doc Advantage is going to be a big favorite when he gets in a few days, and the race before that was a tough field as well, where he ran a good second. He's done nothing wrong at the 11-9 level, and now moves to the next logical spot against these horses, and obviously would be no surprise. Emerald Forest right now is the favorite on the board at odds of 3-2. Mentioned Nutsy, he's going to get play because of the off-track record. He's pretty good on it. Maybe he doesn't step up as much as Fighter Kite does, but his running style, would be the only thing where he'd be up against it, because at this point in his career, he likes to sit back and make a run. Well, there's no pace in this race. It is 6 furlongs, though, and he does like this distance. And again, he does step up a little bit on the off track. A little over bet right now at 9-5, but I can see this horse hitting the board with a late run. Exactatri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 4th. Got about 3 minutes to post. Again, we scratched the 2 coin jar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the remainder races here at Finger Lakes have been canceled. We apologize, but too much rain. Remaining races at Finger Lakes have been canceled. Next live racing date will be Monday.